Hello. Hey. How you all doing? Welcome. I'm flat. Hello. Hope you are doing good. Well, it's been a while. Had a bit of a I'm gonna call it self-care and self-indulgence day. or sorry, days. I think I'm gonna treat this week as like a little bit of a self-indulgence because mental health care. Sounds about right. Hello, hope you're doing good. Hi Magpie, hi Wall, hi Panda, hi Nexus, and hi Brian. Yeah, I did some self-care. Well, mental self-care. Oh no. Yeah. Yeah. This one is not the belly boop. I hope you're doing good. It's been a while. We went. Oh yeah, I forgot I want to mention this. This is in regards of the personal lawyer stuff, right? I know I've been talking about this a lot these days. So I just kind of want to like update you guys with a little bit of information so that I just prefer to share so that you guys are not in the dark about it. Jade 50. Wow, thank you, Jade. Whoa, thank you. For Panda, thank you. Big appreciate. Thank you. So yeah, the letter administration, there is a call from a lawyer 2 days ago, and she was talking about like the letter administration, and then there was like a bit of a wall that they hid. It's like, oh, they don't know about this property, or how much does that property belongs to my dad. So that one particular property that they're hitting a wall because they don't know about the specifics. So now they are trying to call all of the property, or those who own this property or part of that property. They're calling them and see how they work out like this whole thing. So it's probably gonna take a long time again. But it's alright, as long as the LA is gonna be, at least there's some progress shown, so it's not all bad, honestly. Albeit that, that news that I just got 2 days ago was kind of bad, but then again, it's not all bad, because that means that they're doing something to the letter administration and not just, putting it there and not doing anything about it. So, it's all good, right? I think it's like a neutral kind of situation. Not too good, not too bad. So I would say neutral. So yeah, nothing much happened these days. It's more like self-care, self-indulgence. I started to play a lot of 7 Days to Die because of the new big update, and I decided to like find some friends online. Finally, I'm able to step out of my comfort zone and go on my way, find one person to play games with. One, and I think that took so much out of me, and I was like, oh god. But honestly, it was fun though, right? They brought me playing Deep Galactic for a little bit, and then we play a little bit of Cobalt Care as well. I mean, it's pretty fun, right? So yeah, it's pretty much this week. It's my self-indulgence week. So I think tomorrow I might play more 7 Days to Die. I am definitely not addicted to it. You know what? Fuck it. I'm fucking addicted to it. I'm so addicted to 7 Days to Die. I would not be able to stop last night if it wasn't for my family. Like last night, my sister wants me to play Monster Hunter World with them, so I didn't play 7 Days to Die. It's a little bit sad, but it's alright. I've been playing 7 Days to Die for the whole afternoon. Did you rebuy it for 45? No, I had 7 Days to Die for years already. Yeah, I bought it like when I was still in university. It was like, I think it cost like 20 ringgit something back then. It was like really cheap because it was still in early access, like very early access. So it didn't cost as much. Does it really cost $45 now? How much does it cost? What the fuck? It costs 100 ringgit now? Yo, shit! Oh, where am I? There. Holy fuck! I think I bought this game for like 20 ringgit something while it was still in early access. Only 13 years to get the game out of alpha. Yeah, only 13 years. But to be honest though, the game went through so many changes that it's insane. And then they went from like Minecraft-esque horror game to what they have now. It's good. To be honest, game shit. I don't know. I love the game to bits, honestly. Don't add new features when your main features doesn't even when your main features are something to be worked on for ages. Oh, if you're talking about the skill points, I cheated my way to victory. Well, not victory. I cheated my way to have more fun in the game. To be honest, 7 days to die. Because the skill point, I put it as like the game honestly is more fun when you have like all the skill points allocated. So to me, I struggle a little bit on early game, and then mid game I'm just breezing because and having fun. I set it to each level gives me 10 skill points. So yeah, it makes the game a lot more fun, to be honest. It's nice. I like it. I like 7 days to die. Look, I have if plus my playtime before I bought the game, I pirated the game before, and then I bought the game afterwards when I'm able to, right? So plus the time that I played the game before I bought the game, I think it would be like at least 1,000 hours in, like at least 1,000, because right now I'm at 478. It's a lot. I know it's a lot. I'm sorry, I just love the game so much. But then there was a time where I just like I found the game. I found the game first, and then I was like, oh, I spent at least months playing the game non-stop. Months. It's funny too because it was I found the game when I was in semester break, so I have like weeks of off day, not doing anything. And then there was like one semester break which I found this game. I honestly just stay at home playing this game for a whole day non-stop and sleep for like a few hours and then continue playing the game. I was having the hugest brain rot in my entire life playing this game. It's actually crazy. I don't know, I just love the feeling of killing zombies and also the feeling of crafting stronger stuff, or better yet, the best feeling of the game is looting something good. Yep. Hi, bad gamer. Sorry, I was on a bit of a 7 days to die stuff. Sorry. How are you doing today? Also, hi chat. I'm doing pretty okay today. I have a lot of self-indulgence days for the past few days, and it honestly feels pretty nice. You know, I didn't stream for the past 3 days because I have to take care of my own self a little bit mentally. Mentally. But I'm not saying that streaming is bad. It's more like I kind of want to have a bit of a me time, you know. Like I'm not saying me doing Twitch is a me time. Doing Twitch is a me time, definitely. But it's a bit of a, it's not fully me time. So when I'm not streaming, I'm fully me time, so I get to do whatever I want. Although I am honestly doing the things that I like today or this week. So yeah. I feel the same way about Project Zomboid. I haven't played Project Zomboid yet, but I feel like there's so many readings that need to be done. It had been developed for so long, but there's some basic things that are still really not functional. It succeeds as a game. It's kind of a neat toy. It's okay, I love 7 Days to Die. The issue is playing for long-term living is boring. Oh, that's sad. At least my goal for 7 Days to Die, there's like a constant goal is to survive, right? 7 Days to Die is a hustle game, a proof of concept. It works for me. maybe I'm easily entertained by games like this, to be honest. Maybe. If you have like a survival crafting game, I'm already like half in. You know, I spent 1k hours on Ark Survival, so there you go. Fucking mod achieved more than the whole game in 3 years. A mod? Wait, 7 Days to Die has mods? Oh shit, I didn't know. What do you mean 7 Days to Die has mods? 7 Days to Die mods? There is mods. Nexus? Oh, there's a Nexus. Sorry, not the Nexus Dragon, but Nexus mods. If it is a good game, I don't have it by luxury again. 7 Days to Die lives on mods. I've been playing the base game for more than 1k hour plus. I don't know, I feel like it's fun. Is fucking dead as a game? Really? I'm surprised. I'm very surprised. But there are mods, so I'm gonna take a look, I guess. Popular all time. What's the popular one? More skill points per level? You can just change the .xml. 30k stacks? Oh, that's good. Bigger backpack and secure storage chest. They buffed the storage in version 1, so it's all good. The zombie loot drop increased, 820. Oh, it's 820. Oh yeah, of course, there's like the different versions of the game as well. Crap. Multiplayer compatibility too, but I think it requires more. Huh? Wait, I mean the base game you can play multiplayer 7 Days to Die. Unless you're talking about Project Zomboid, then I don't know about that. But 7 Days to Die you can just play multiplayer. I've been playing with my sister as well. It's great. we all have our own room that we play. And we just like fuck around a little bit. It's fun. I like it. I don't know. I personally enjoy 7 Days to Die as a game, honestly. I love the game. The game is good. The game is honestly good to this kobold. This kobold likes 7 Days to Die. And speaking of which, I'm gonna play tomorrow. But for now, let's play some Tekken 8. So our goal today is to play Lidie a little bit. I want to play Lidie. I love Lidie. And also another goal being that I don't want to get mad. So I have food. I have my favorite drink and food here. If at any point I feel anger rising up, I'll eat food. Because, you know, food helps a lot with mood. And that rhymes. I should be a poet. Did that rhyme? Maybe. Oh yeah. Forgot about this. So that it doesn't flash so much. Give me a second. There. Hopefully it doesn't flash now. So I just bought Lidie for 39 ringgit because, god damn it, I didn't buy Eddie though. Look at that graphic. Oh wait, they put Lidie. Ooh, no more Eddie. Man, Lidie honestly looks so cool. You know, I personally feel like Lidie is the only character in the game, the only female character in the game that actually looks like a fighter. You know what I mean? Like Lidie looks like a fighter because she is, right? But then, not the other female characters are just anime girls. Which I don't like it as much, to be honest. Lidie. What? Blade Doctor Mask? Ankle guards? Ooh. Free? You have more free stuff? Oh yeah, also with the new outdated Tekken 8. Well, not new, but back then they always have like they always have the adjusting graphics in game, right? So now I'm gonna put everything to the lowest possible so that they have no chance of destroying my gameplay. So there we go. Where's the free stuff? Oh, there it is. Aura. It's mine now. I got the shiny. Cowboy's Mighty Ruler. Whoa! Yeah, I'm Mighty Ruler on Kuma. Oh my god. Look at that. I didn't buy Eddie, but I bought Lidie. Look at that graphics though. Let me just change the graphics to the lowest possible. Oh, it's already the lowest possible. Okay. I guess I put that in. So that we don't look at, we don't play the game without glasses. I just want to look at Lidie's. Oh, we're taking 7? Yeah. The thing that makes people stealthy for some reason as a free thing. Oh, but it's just an aura, no? Aura is just a cosmetic and a new stage.
Get ready for the next battle.
Still don't understand the piss baby mentality of, oh, you key charge me, you die. I'm sorry for being a piss baby. I mean, I guess I cannot take key charge. I don't think I can take key charge seriously, I guess. Or like, I'm taking it way too seriously is the problem, probably. Is it loading or is it gonna be like this forever? Oh my god, my PC can handle this stage, really? Oh, there we go. So it just needs to load a lot of stuff. That scared me. Okay, let's look through the move list. Main technique. I'm just gonna display while training. It's a fucking key charge? Well, it's a toxic key charge. I mean, key charge... A key charge in between rounds is toxic. Key charge while in game, while we're fighting, is a setup. Right? That's as far as I know. So yeah, I'm sorry for being a piss baby. Oh, you still have the political storm? Can you like delay it? Oh, you have to commit to it now. Ooh. How unsafe is this? 15? Fair enough, fair enough. It is political storm. But political storm is like, how much? Oh, 14 frame punish, okay. You see people made it toxic? I guess. Hi, evil Lord Dragon, hi. Combo starter. Oh, during heat, oh. I don't even know what the bread and butter for this is. Oh, that screws. What's the launch there? Oh, okay. During heat, upon using an attack after blocking, I'll dare to block this. Block this. Oh. Oh no. Using standing block heavy damage. Is this the unblockable? So block this. Hey, this is unblockable. Mid launcher. Oh, that's a screw as well. Hi. Heavy dash on. Oh, it's a counter hit. It's a counter hit guarantee. Oh my god, it is. But then it's very dangerous though because it's very thuggable. Being the string is like low, high. Using side step back 4. Back 1 plus 2 armor. While running 1. Wait, do we have running 1 and 2 again? Okay, so you do have those. Do you have a... I don't know if you have a... Just frame? This baby's like getting angry at the fucking fly on the monitor made it toxic. I feel terrible now. During cat stance, hit. Oh. 1 to 2 into stance guaranteed. So guaranteed to stance. It's a high. Minus 10? Oh, it must be a string. Okay. Oh, it's only minus 13. So you are kind of fucking rum then. I mean, no damage. Neutral on hit. Counter hit. Oh my god, it gives nothing on counter. It's kind of a shit low. Oh. What's that? Minus 11. But I'm being forced into the stance. I think it's launch punishable. That could be launch punishable. Down 3 on hit whole stance. And attack after a hit. Oh. Oh, this is counter hit now. I can't wait to get this game very soon. Nice. Oh no. Plus 8 on block? Forced into wolf stance, okay. And then the wolf stance. That low guaranteed. I only pushed 1 button and then it did 2 moves. Oh man, Lidie is so weird now. Or stance. Oh! It's minus 7. It's a safe mid. So 4 for 2 plus 5 on block. Kobo! Hi Kobo. Oh my god, Kobo! I see Kobold friend, we must go eat. Hi. Oh, did my bot die again? Oops, sorry. Give me a second. I'm gonna re-enable my bot real quick, but how was stream while we were playing? Here, let me do this. Hopefully it was hacking good. Let me... I didn't know Cloudbot just like disables once in a while. It's kind of weird. And I hope you are doing good. Also, hello. Hello everyone from the raiders. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I don't know why my brain just shut down. I play a bunch of games. I love fighting games. I love dragons to bits, and I do art every Monday. Well, not tomorrow though. Tomorrow I'm gonna play some other games. So yeah, thanks for the raid. Let me do this again. I think it should be working now. There, Omega Strikers. Oh, it's a game that I never I didn't play for a long time. Is the lizard still viable? Like question mark. I mean, there's like a lizard character over there that looks really cool. Armor. A high armor +1. I mained him. Yeah, of course. I used to main him as well. I think I used him to disturb opponents and just kill them. But hopefully it was heckin' fun. Thanks for the raid again. Heavy damage. Oh! Wait, sorry. Oh, it's guaranteed. It's only 43 damage? That's so weak. I mean, fair enough, because 442 is like +5 on block, +15 on hit, 17, 16. Okay, so no guarantee follow-up on 15. The fastest move is 16, this one. So only on counter hit, I get guaranteed 16 frame. Okay. Let's look at the all techniques. Just want to look through everything real quick. Oh, he moves. I use him to kill? Yeah. I mean, using the lizard to kill is like the way to go. He even has a gun? Weak? Yeah, it's kind of weak for 43 guaranteed counter hit damage. I mean, you have Reyna. Heat activation plus armor into stance. Wait, 442 is armor? No, this one is no armor. 442 has no... Am I missing something? Reyna is way stronger than this. The stance after. You into heaven and earth. So heaven and earth have armor. And then I can do unblockable after that. I guess. But just Reyna is way stronger than this. Reyna is too strong. Like, I've been spoiled by Reyna, honestly. That's why I stopped playing Reyna. I just play Kazuya and other characters. Oh, while crouching. Does it have like... Of course, a full crouch mix. Why not, right? Ping hit. It should be death on block, right? Yep. Fair enough, fair enough. Is this on death on block? 14, so it's not launch punishable. It's only some character can. Just copy from the ER also high. I don't know what's ER, but hey, hopefully that wasn't too bad. Goober. Hope you're doing nice. I still don't know what ER is. But yeah. Unanimous consent. Unanimous consent? Emergency room? Oh, wait, oh god, that's terrible though. I hope you're okay. Oh no, I'm so sorry. I hope you are very okay. Oh. -4 high. Oh, it's a heat engager. What does it give? Oh, it's a launcher. Okay, okay. More stance. Oh, during heat. Okay. Use up the whole... Huh? Partially uses remaining heat time. Having a level increase each time stance is used as strong parry effect. Oh, it's a parry! Partially uses remaining heat time. How much does it use? Oh, okay. And then it has like some sort of level? So Heaven and Earth is like up on any stance, okay. Oops, sorry. Okay, so this is Heat Burst? During Rage, okay. And then now we're back to this. It's fine. Oh, okay, thank goodness. Long story short, I had to get a chunk of my upper lip stitched up back into place. That sounds kinda scary, but I trust you. Saying that it's fine. I just hope that it wasn't too bad, honestly. Wait. It's -8 but into stance. So it's definitely launch punishable, it feels like. Oh, I can challenge. Do I have armor? No armor, okay. Oh! Oh, 16, 1 plus 2. Oh, there's no follow-up now? They think it's too much in Tekken 7? There used to be like a high follow-up. Yeah, it's gone. Yeah, it's gone. Oh! It's not scary when you're under ketamine the entire operation. I assume ketamine is some sort of a... It's not anesthetic, is it? Oh. Her impact feels heavy, I feel it from here. Yeah, she's still trying to play, I feel like. Oh, it's a natural. So, 2-2, 11 punish? 11 frame punish? But why 2-2 when I have 1-2-2? Oh, it's more damage. War splats? Oh, okay. So, war splats? Is it... Okay, so she still has this. Okay, you need clean input for the blue spark, so it's the same. If your input is not clean, it's not blue spark. Okay. Oh, just input the power up. Can I do this? Did they up the recovery? I can't do this anymore? Oh, they up the recovery, come on. Hi, Kabbalah. Kabbalah, I saw you play Lethal Company last night. Very chaotic. Drug that knocks you the fuck out is all I learned about it from experience. Ah, I see. Okay. I mean, okay, I guess that reduces the fear factor. Wait, what? Yeah. I was watching, but I was lurking. See, I'm a huge lurker, Kabbalah. Can play. Oh! Oh, I got cheese. Cheese. It's a launcher. What's the bread and butter? Neutral block. Down for 2. It's a cat stance, right? So 3 is a high. Oh! Okay, so this one is the same. I assume I can do... yeah, there we go. I'm in. Okay. I want to look at... during heat heaven. Oh! How safe is this? Neutron block. It's a 12 frame punish. Wait, this is way better. Look at that. I can delay the last hit, I think. Yeah, there we go. I think I can try... Okay, let me look at the sample combos real quick so that I can, you know, have a bit of a... like, what to do with... Cat stands 2-2? What's going to go forward 2-2 1 plus 2? Yeah? So, this into... Oh! So I just need to remember any launch. Wait, I remember this. Yeah, okay. So I can try. I have zero knowledge on Lidie. Hell yeah. Online player matchy create session. Only downside being when I woke up it took 2 hours for me to regain control of my body, and yet I still can't even walk straight now. That is such a strong... I see. I mean, someone is here fine now, I'm glad. But... is this too much? It just go on. 2P gauntlet. Like, let me invite the Kavala. Also, I'm mighty ruler on bear now. For some reason. Sub menu, invite friend. Oh, you're 10 real with Kuma? Nice. I told him I wanted to be asleep, but damn. I thought anesthetic is like fine, but I guess that requires ketamine. That sounds like a big deal though. For the people of Poland. Poland.
Get ready for the next battle.
Hey yo, June. Shit, I haven't played this for a long time. I think I remember how to play this game, huh? Let's go! Intro? Damn, Lidie looks so good!
Round 1. Fight!
Double 2. Spring kick! Okay, I forgot to play this game now. I'll do it again. I don't know what I'm doing.
Round 2. Fight.
Have we? Oh yeah, that leads to the stance. Counter hit. I didn't break that. Legs! There's so many legs. Lidie feels weird. Well, nice. I think that's minus 13. Political storm! Political storm! Oh, damn, Lidie is weird. I don't remember, like, there's so many moves that leads to stance. Ketamine is an anesthetic, that's what they used it. Oh, thought they could use something a bit weaker because that shit had my conscious taking a dive through my unconscious brain. I was falling and occasionally dropping into my sedated body before falling back to full. That sounds like wild shit, yo. Oh! Oh, nice. Nice. I duped. If my grammar and winning is not speak comes like 4 hours later. It is a very strong stuff for the sound of it. Nice. 442 can have counter hit guaranteed, remember? Yeah, that's guaranteed. Naffy. Oh. Unblockable! I remember up is heaven and earth. Ayo. Oh, nice. Ow. No. Oh, I don't remember the can though. Oh, down for 2. Right, of course. Into cat stance 2-2. Yep. Guaranteed. Nice. Yep, high numbers. Oh, nice. Nice hop kick. I don't know why I ducked. That's punish. That's punish. Oh. That looks safe. I tried. Spring kick. How's the fighting going so far? Still looking at Lydia. She feels fun to play, honestly. If I know what I'm doing, she feels unstoppable.
Round one.
Hope you're doing good numbers. I could have done that. Oh my god, best combo. Oh, nice. Mudah na. Shit, not that. Nice, I ducked. Might be able to step that one. Oh. Why are we like this? Oh, I pressed 1+2. Up, up, up. Nice luck. Oh! Uh-oh. Oh! Nice. 2-2. I can duck that. That's punishable. That's punishable. Oh, high crush. Yes. Need to remember. This is why I get for not playing this game for a month. Oh, nice. Didn't break that. I am just EP, gonna head to bed soon. A bed sounds good.
Przed moim kolejnym spotkaniem.
Yo, that's a nice car.
Round one. Fight.
Low, low. Yo, OP. Duckin. Duckin. What? It tracks so much. Thank you, while running one. Hop kick around, start. Hop kick around. Hop kick again. I'll do it again. Maybe just one more. I think it ducked that. Can, right? Nice, I ducked. Might be able to... I need to duck the string. 1-2, 1+2, right? Nice low. Should be able to duck 1-2, 1+2. Oh, nice. I think it was -2 on that question mark. Don't remember. Nice punish. Oh, I didn't break that. Nice. got scared by the stance. Hop kick around start. Yeah, I cannot make throws anymore. Oh. Yeah, I cannot react to throws now. Crap. I need to react to throws again. Remember, she has a hop kick. Hop kick good. Hop kick good. Kazama.
Fight.
What is that? That looks safe. Oh, back tree? I don't. I still can react to 1, 2, 1 plus 2. Nice! I think there's a full crouch 1, 1. Press 1 plus 2 a little bit late. It's punishable. Oh wow. That's actually nice. I'll do it again. I'll do it again. It's so minus. That's punishable. Okay. I think I may just do this. It's so slow. Oh, that's your setup. Okay. That should be punishable. What did I do? That was cool as fuck. Oh. Oh, that's punishable.
Final round. Fight.
I think that for 2 after 1 to 2 is blocked is such a good idea, which I need to be careful. Rage Atu? Ow, my belly. What did you do to my booba? Hop kick? Oh. I don't know why I didn't low parry that 3 times. Good shit. Man, I need to get my knowledge back now. Oh gosh, Lydia is so cool. Lydia is so good. I also love the design of Lydia. Look at that, she's so toned. Even with my shit graphics, I can see that. Oh, is it setup? I thought it's punishment. Nice. I think we could parry that as well. Oh, doesn't she have like a down 2? I think she has a down 2. I mean, it's definitely not as good as Jin's one, but yeah, she has one. Okay, I saw that. This one, yeah. Ooh, a mental stack. Oh, how minus was I? Like, oh, is that not punishable? I don't. Wall combo? I'm missing so many punishes. Oh, I didn't want to parry me so much. Good call. Take a hit. It's neutron block. No one knows. Uh-oh. While standing tree? Bro? Second hit. Right. I got hit too many times by the second hit. I still need to think about the combo. Back 2 3. Back 2 3. Down for 2 stance 2 2. But then I feel like I can back 2 3 into down for 4 2 instead. For more consistency. I mean, don't talk about consistency when I cannot even think about the inputs properly. That was down for. That was down back 4. Became generic down 4. My inputs are not clean. That was a third. Rage damage? Oh, thanks for 20 Jamwo. Oh, my punish is so late. Oh, nice. Backdash is not clean. Yeah, everything I do is so not clean now. Nice can. They call it out. I think this doesn't kill because of the heat smash. Sorry, the heat burst. Yeah, heat burst scales so much, it's insane. I'll take it. that should have killed me. Scared. Oh, baited. The bait.
Round 4. Fight.
That looks punishable. Oh, nice. That's not punish, is it? Oh, I low parried. I saw that coming too.
Final round. Fight.
It's unblockable.
You win.
So you cannot parry unblockable.
Później pójdziemy coś zjeść.
See, we should go for a meal, Kavala. We should eat. Is Kavala going to firm? I bought the ticket.
Round 1. Fight.
Yes, nice. I'm still waiting for the hotel reservation. I'm getting myself a room. Wait, Tekken. Hi, Evie. Nice. Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Should have that. Oh, that's not unsafe? My grey health though. One touch situation. I have a plan. But I don't think that's gonna kill though. Oh, that kills! We take those.
Round 3. Fight.
Hop kick! Hop kick! I wanted it so bad. Grab. Nice, I ducked. I duped. I've been cleansed. I feel bird. I feel something bird.
Fight.
Damage! What the fuck?
Final round. Fight.
Let's combo, let's go. Bully? The string! The strings!
Nie wszystkich Polaków.
I only know about that. Oh yeah, there's the Corsica 4 221 plus 2 as well. Practice mode says that it's like a combo ender. What are you playing? Who are you picking? I think I'm still gonna play Lidie for a little bit. I hope you don't mind. I hope you don't mind.
Get ready for the next battle.
Akuma I know something about, I think. Yo, let's go. New stage.
Round
Oh,
one.
Oh, Akuma has a tail with a tail. Double two. Combos. Nice combo. Oh, I don't know why I didn't block that. Double 2-1, nice. I think that's a high. Hell sweep? Nice. Sorry, not hell sweep. That's just like a Kuma low at this point. Nice punish. There has to be a punish because it's 1-2-2 into 4 stands. Ow. Can I step back? Who taught you that? Who taught you that? Low. Nice. Who told you, huh? Hunting hawk? Oh, grab, nice. Guaranteed. That was a kind of hit. Grab. Nice. The only counter play to that. Oh! I think that's punishable. He challenged him. Nice. Schmicks. Schmicks. Heal. No, I saw it coming too. I'm dead. I'm not dead. I'm dead now. I'm not dead. I'm dead now. Yep. Yeah, I can just do 1-2-2. I have too much like Mishima brain rot. 1-2-2 is not 1-1-2. All right, don't just spam that shit.
Round one. Fight.
You duck that string. Oh, that doesn't work. Nice. That's a launch. Nice.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Nah, I'll do it again. Nice. I pressed too much buttons. Wait, that's 15! I can do my 3-2 punish! Of course! Low, low. Yeah, that one.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice. There! Ah, what's the combo for? I'll do two. I'll maybe. Oh, wait. Ow, ow, ow. No! Oh, I forgot Kuma has no legs. I forgot Kuma has no legs.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh! Ow! G-clip? Okay. Yep. Jet my way out. Who told you that? Oh man. You know what? It is a good move. Ah, micro dash into, I think, down for 2? Yeah, okay.
Ciekawe, czy tamta restauracja jest jeszcze otwarta.
Oh my god, Lydia looks so good. Oh my god, Lydia looks so good.
Skończymy
A strong woman.
Fight.
I'm dead. Wee! Oh! Man, that's tough. Nice armor. Oh! Electric +5. Don't press. Don't just hold back. Grab. Oh, nice. Got with the low option.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, Beyblade? I don't know if this is... Okay. Nope. Might be able to get how to punish them. Nice. I ducked.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, it's so difficult. Maybe I should change route. Maybe just do down for 4-2 instead, like immediately. For like simple combos, I don't need to do like advanced shit. Oh, range. Nice. Hook kick. Nah.
Round 4. Fight.
Hook kick. Low. That's guaranteed. Oh, nice. I think I was still in stance. Question mark? Nice, I ducked. I thought you were gonna do the guard break. Oh, it's nighttime? Holy shit. Oh, that looks so good. Oh. Nice. I thought you were gonna do the guard break again. Okay. Oh, I don't know what I'm doing.
Mam chwilę przed kolejnym spotkaniem. Ciekawe, czy tamta restauracja jest jeszcze otwarta.
Combos, combos. I think back to last one for me. Okay. Can. Oh yeah, last one we should have played with our main instead. Sorry. It's okay.
Round 1. Fight.
This? I mean, it kind of works, right? Hi. Oh, that was -5. Oh. I didn't punish that.
Round 2. Fight.
I think I just burped really out. I'm sorry. Ah, yeah. Nice. That was all highs. Woohoo. Nice armor. Nice, that's guaranteed. I don't wanna. No, that's that.
Round 3. Fight.
Yeah. Oh. Oh. Oh, you can roll back. Oh. Okay. Oh, nice. Combos? Don't just hold that back there. Back one, save me! Back one, save me again! Back one, save me! Oh. Woo! Lydia, shrink your leg a little. Back one, save me. I think I ducked the second hit. It's not necessary to duck the second hit. Alright, hit burst doesn't kill now. Of course, it's a 1.05 patch. I should be able to punish that with something. It's a huge pushback. No. Don't want to save me. Oh! Ooh, combos? Man, I need to do a proper combo. Oh, this might be dead. I ducked again. Nice, good shit. A bamboo eating Kuma? I thought only Panda eats bamboo. Good stuff, good stuff. Yeah. Good stuff, very nice, very nice. I'm still learning, like, Lydia. This is my less than 1 hour of Lydia. Nice. I see your Kuma is stronger now. I saw some really good mix-ups over there. And mind games. Man, Lydia is so cool. If only my PC can handle this game, huh? I mean, it kinda can, just I have to put everything at the lowest possible. Okay, let's practice some proper combo, right? I mean, I already know the proper combo. Let's do it. What I want to do is a launch into back 2-1. Sorry, back 2-3, and then down for 4-2. I think that works.
Get ready for the next battle.
Victor's Heveria. Like this? Maybe, right? I mean, very, very simple. But this one looks cool though. Right? 32. Oh, wait, maybe? Oh, it's too far. Let me check the sample. Holy shit, Shira. Bulletstorm fucks? I saw you've been playing Bulletstorm. Is it like a Doom kind of game? Question mark? Do not fuck bullets, please. I know it's okay, we're not gonna fuck bullets. During heat and cat stands. Okay, so we don't want the heat one. Yeah, this is the one I saw. That is so inconsistent. Like the down for 2-2-2-2 is so inconsistent. I want a more extent to this. It's very low. Oh, this one is good. Right? That's the ender, I think. Yeah, that's the ender. It leads to like a cutscene. It looks cool, but it doesn't seem to do as much damage as I thought, question mark? I don't know how to say it on this. It's a more than late 2010 style shooter. Linear corridors and constant dialogue with allies, and you essentially pop bad guys' heads with a mouse cursor. It follows the same spectacle style as Call of Duty Modern Warfare, for example. Never played that one. But holy shit, it does really good and it's really fun. Oh! Did you buy Lydia? Yeah, I only buy Lydia, I didn't buy Eddie. Because I love Lydia. So down back 2? Shit. This, down back 2, back 2, back 2, 3. And then down forward 4, 2. And then Ender. Or maybe Ender could be closer to forward 2 to 1 plus 2, right? I think both works. Oh no, that's kinda hard though. My brain cannot comprehend. $59. 50. Oh, it does so much more damage? Holy shit. I guess execution. Yeah, it's really hard. That simple stuff is like 54 damage. Yeah. Yay! It's a counter hit guaranteed damage. It's so goddamn dumb, it's really stupid, it's fucking hilarious, it's fun. Like, it is crazy how much I'm liking this game. Oh, I mean, that's high praise though. I might take a look. I haven't even seen the classic marathon yet. Okay, so I know about hop kick. Hop forward. 2. This is what we have in Tekken 7. $54. I think they're the same. Oh, that's another... Right. Oh, that's difficult. Maybe some other buttons. Does this push them away? Yep, very far. So only... this one maybe? This one has no range though. Yeah, this is what I've been doing. Oh! Oh! Guarantee fill up? Oh, down 2? Yeah. Down 1 plus 2, sorry. Oh yeah, I forgot this is launcher. How bad is this? 14? It's not too bad. 2. I mean, that's kinda cool, I guess. I do... it does no damage though. Oh right, I know about this combo. Wait, does it still work? 4 for 2, down for 1. 4 for 2 into stance 2, and then into... Oh no. Oh! That could have been cool. I don't think this one works. Yeah, it hits high. I mean, after 4 for 2 stands 2, this one works. Puts them up a little bit more. But then this one is too far. Maybe this? Ah, crap. Micro dash? Yeah, I guess I need a micro dash for that. Or maybe something cat stance? I think that works. It's very tight though. Oh no, okay, so because they're back turns, ah crap. I think only micro dash. Oh wait, no. Ah, it doesn't work. Oh, maybe it does work. With this into this, too far. So this into... Everything's gonna lead too far. Right? That screws! I felt it. Wait, how the fuck does that work? Oh, god damn it. No, too far. I want to do something cool, but I cannot find it. I guess I can hit first? And then dash forward, I guess. And then wall carry. That's a combo, but it needs heat. I need something that I don't need heat for. Hi, Druxus. Why does it work? 4 for 2 into... I don't think this works. This one catches sidestep, but... Yeah, Boop and Pet. I think the Boop and Pet is probably gonna, like, off. Yeah. Thanks for the Boop and Pet. Well... I guess I could only settle for something simple. Oh. Plus 10? Ooh. Ooh. Wait, what? That's guaranteed. That's weird. Ah man, this one has no range. Yeah. No, it doesn't work. That screws why it's so slow. Yeah, no. This one low. Man, I guess I have to do something very simple. Let's just do this. Sorry. This, into this. No damage, but good enough, right? Yeah, good enough. Neutral, I'll figure out when I play the game online. So, my goal is to not get mad, right? I have food around me, so, you know, comfort food. Whenever I get heated up a little bit, I'll just eat stuff. Because eating is good. So neutral, down back 4, down back 3 is both good. Down 2 is also good for low.
Get ready for the next battle.
Human. Down 2. How? What's the down 2? -4 on hit? Okay, guarantees this, but -4 on hit. What is this? Oh my god, that actually sucks ass. What kind of low is this? I guess the counter hit is good. 29. On block. -14. I don't know. Maybe that's not such a good move as I thought. So this one, -13 on block is not launch punishable at least. But only Cassia can launch punish it. Twin piston. This one is also weird. Oh, the low is -16. Damn, okay. I mean, fair enough, Wi-Fi? Sure. Look, I'm playing Lidie, I don't need as much execution, okay?
Get ready for the next battle.
Let's go, Lidie.
odpoczynę przed moim kolejnym spotkaniem.
Round one. Fight.
Nice hop kick. That's a combo. Nice.
Round two. Fight.
Oh my god, I missed the punish. Plus two. Ooh, political storm. Nice. Hop kick. Yeah! Guaranteed. Just do it. Why not?
Round three. Fight.
Oh, Jesus. Jeez! Nice hop kick. They like hop kicks. Yeah! Oh, nice. I pressed the button. I pressed the button again. I'll do it again. You know I'm gonna do it again, right?
Muszę wygrać w imię wszystkich Polaków.
Polan! We love unblockables. Polan!
Round one. Fight.
Oh, nice. Nope. Whee!
Round two. Fight.
It took so long to charge. Oh, okay. That's not gonna work. I'm too far. We love meat.
Round three. Fight.
I didn't duck that. Oh, nice. Okay. Oh, there's a just frame version for that? Why not, right?
You win.
Mam chwilę przed kolejnym spotkaniem. Ciekawe, czy tamta restauracja jest jeszcze otwarta.
Restaurant, eat. Look at that, Lidie on that render looks so good. Even with my shit computer, I can render it look so good. Look, Lidie is just great, okay? I didn't know the second hit launches? What the fuck? It works against Kuma, but it doesn't work against anyone else, I think. Oh my god, that's so hard. 4%? Sure. Look, I'm playing Lidie. If I'm playing any Mishima characters, I would not play on Wi-Fi.
Get ready for the next battle.
Broyan? Oh shit, what's her 13 frame punish? 424? And Political Storm is 14. 13 Hopcake? No, Hopcake is like 15, I think. I mean 15 I would just do like 3-2. Look at this. Yeah! Oh, Lidie is so cool!
Round one. Fight.
Nice. No patience. Me. Me, not him. Catch it. Mix. I didn't break that. Yeah, that move. I need to look for that move.
Round two. Fight.
4-2. Nice look. I check. Oh, I didn't break that. Nice. That was just generating downfall. Die. Yeah, what you gonna do about it? I'm sorry, you have nothing to do about it. You cannot. I mean, you can always jab. I have follow up. Nice. Well, staying 3 is faster. Way faster than my 4-4-2. Don't do that. Oh, I forgot about the string. 1-4-2-1-2. Nice timing. damage. Nice. Good taunt cancel. I finally reached my peak of feeling so angry I'm about to throw my mouse. Who thought that the mimic style boss with 3 times your stat is a good idea? It's not a good— what the fuck? What game is that so that I can avoid at all costs? Oh, their PC is dying constantly though. I press button again. Die. Nice, they are learning. Too many times. Oh, run in snake edge?
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. That's 16. They don't know. Maybe they know. Oh. Wait, if I don't hold forward, I can retain and not go into stance with down for 2? Question mark? Oh no, I just whiffed. That's a 2 breath, is it? Nice. Low. Nice. Nope. I'll do it again. Oh, come on, I broke it. Die! Nice! Wait for low again. Oh, it's really tough to play Lidie when I don't know what to do in the neutral. Woo! It's gonna take some time to get used to. Roblox.
Get ready for the next battle.
Peroxide. Oh, it's a Roblox game then. I'm good. What to do in this counter hit? Like this one. This one? Pick it up. Pick it up. Oh, this is too much. Finally, a cable connection.
Get ready for the next battle.
So many Lydia. So many Lydia. Hey yo. Hello. Okay, nice. Nope. Just do it. Why not? We love mids. Nice. Mud. Range? I think that's the... Yeah. I think it's a punish and a half. Nope. Immediate. Got him. Actually did a proper combo. Well, as proper as that may be, it's very simple, but I'll take it. Practice 1+2. Yeet. Nice. Legs. I don't care. It's a punish and a half, I think. Nice mid. Ooh, good call. The range on that low. What the fuck? Good shit. Whee! Oh. Wait, chill. Nah. Oh shit. range?
Final round. Fight.
Us! We take those. Os Poland! For the people of Poland!
Get ready for the next battle.
Why Poland president? I still don't get it, but it's cool. At least Lidie is cool, no? I'll take it. Oh, point blank is +6, and then how did I get +8? How did I get +8? E. Damn, she's taking a little hard damage. Oh, you mean like the gray health? It is a high. Judokuchi. What does this even do? Oh. Oh, if you do a while running 2 input, it becomes blue spark. Look at that. Yeah. Deals more damage. I guess that's pretty cool. There are one more blue spark. Is it this one, I think? Or some of the... I don't think it's this one. There was one more blue spark that I don't remember which one is it.
Get ready for the next battle.
Ducky? Ducky.
Round 1. Fight.
Oh, unsteppable. Ooh, range, nice. After spun. Nice low.
Round two. Fight.
Should be able to step back. All the lows. Notice I'm not ducking at all. Nice. Oh, I'm dead. Good call, good call. Ooh, range. Going down. I think that was -4. Oh, nice. That's a launch.
Final round. Fight.
Nice. Plus. Ooh, hell sweet. Oh, we take those.
Nigdy nie ugnę się przed niesprawiedliwością.
Unjust power. Yeah, that's right. No unjust power here.
Round one. Fight.
Ow. Oh, that's a setup. It's a punish.
Round two. Fight.
My bad. Get robbed.
Round 3. Fight.
Fair enough. Hell sweet. Not too bad.
Nigdy nie ugnę się przed niesprawiedliwością.
No unjust power. Oh. First time promoted to Vanquisher. Dude, I'm Mighty Ruler. What do you mean, game? Oh, whoa. It's a big
Get ready
sniffer.
for the next battle.
It's a big sniffer. And thanks for the 15 gems. I love gems. It's still so hard to just do this simple combo. Oh, that works against bears. Oh, that's minus 18. But I just saw that it's a counter launcher, question mark? Yeah. I guess minus 18 is like deserved. It's a counter tornado launcher. It's not gonna do as much damage, but it's not bad, I guess. Devil Dean? Why am I fighting against a fighter? I'm Vanquisher. I put plus minus 3 ranks. Shit. Special style? Damn, you want that, don't you? Fair enough, I'm dead. Oh. If I do all the plus frames, I think they're dead. I should just press buttons, honestly. What's the harm in pressing buttons against this? I press button? I did press jab. I didn't think it's gonna register. Ow. Oh. Do you love spring kick? Wow, patience. Nice. Shit. Oh, I got electricked. Now I'm dead. Oh. Oh shit. Come on, broke it. Oh! Wow, special style is so good. Brain perfect electric. A minus 4. I pressed jab again, I think. Or not! No unjust power here. Okay, I mean, I'll play, I guess. I guess a special style. I mean, special style is good because it has like one button electric, so why not? A perfect 11 frame punish, buddy. Patience. Wow. Unblockable. Oh, I didn't break that. The other sprinting? Oh, I pressed one. In fact, I pressed 2 buttons. So what I think is that when they get hit when in range, they're gonna spam it, so let's keep that in mind. Do you like it when I do this? Dziski Polan! Let's go Polan! Walcz z honorem! Oh, that's cool as fuck!
Round 2. Fight.
What? Ooh. Electric, 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 electric. Oh. Kudaki Chile! Yeah. Yeah. I'm actually bowling, but you know, it's ranked. Ooh, look at that 11 electric, 11 frames electric. I don't really need combos. Oh, my back is not clean. Whee! Whoa, 11 frame, goddamn, it's so good. Oh. You take those. No unjust power again for Polan. Interesting, they will pair me against a tealed rank. My movement is very strong. Lidie feels clunky, to be honest. After playing her for a little bit, she feels difficult in neutral because a lot of her moves force her into stance. See, I'm not pressing anything and then into stance. Forward 2 also force her into stance, so it's like... I think... I know she's supposed to be like a stance rushdown character, but when you require time to go into stances, that's difficult. Yeah, I understand, but it's just like a general feel how I feel about her. I like her a lot, but like playing her is a little bit weird. Oh, Japan? Okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
Got you, Lydia. Okay.
Round one. Fight.
Oh. Nice. Ooh, nice. Big check. Thank you, whoa. To Dino Falls. Thank you. Nice, I ducked. They know. They know that I know. Guarantee? Oh, I didn't break that. Whoa! How did I do so much damage?
Umieram z głodu. Może później pójdziemy coś zjeść.
That throw just did like a chunk. It's crazy. Is it because of wall damage? That's only her exclusive then if that's the case. No. Guarantee. No. Oh. Ooh, the spacing. It's 150 ms though. It's kinda hard to play, but it's okay. Jep, jep, jep. Timing. Nope. Polan? No, I Polan you back. You touch my Polan, I touch your Polan. Nice. Ooh, lows. Of course, the high crushes need to remember. Combos? That's cool. Nice. Oh, I tried to do back one. I thought it's fast enough. But they are +5, right? So makes sense. Nice timing. I did not that. Nice. I ducked. Nice, they went for mid again.
Muszę wygrać w imię wszystkich Polaków.
I mean, a high would definitely kill there, but I didn't think they're gonna go for mid twice. That person has some really good mind games. I noticed that she did something different, I think. Right, you hold forward into stance, I forgot. Into another one. So I can go for low immediately. Does this still have the unblockable? I guess it doesn't lead to anything now. In Tekken 7, if you hold back on one of her stands, she does this. This into a very, very fast, high unblockable, but that's the only move, so... Yeah. Hi, who the fuck is Lidie? She's the president of Poland. Yeah, you heard it right. I'm president of Poland. Still gently. See, now I'm getting jealous. I never got stolen by Jade. Timer. Mud. They did. Wait, no. They did this into this into this into the low. Wait. Oh, it's down for 2 into low into the second stance into mid and then screw. I saw that Lidie. She also shouts the same. Oh. Well, I don't know about Dead or Alive lore. But in here, Lidie is just the president of Poland. So yeah. A flame ruler? Oh, thanks, game. Okay, I'm playing against a flame ruler. Don't worry, this time I'm not gonna get angry because I have a bunch of food in front of me and they're good. And I love food. This shit out. Oh, Lidie is so cool. Let's go! Brother, your computer is mati. Jesus. Nice timing. Plus. Nice. Good bait. Good low. Brilliant! Nice. I think they're just studying what I'm doing. Oh, they tried. Acid rain. We take those.
Round 3. Fight.
Ooh, this should be true. Ow. Ow. Nice. One too many lows. Ah. Nah, you got too greedy.
Round 4. Fight.
I didn't duck that. Woohoo. So they always do 2 slides into that? Low. Low. Back 3-3.
Final round. Fight.
Unduckable high. Fair enough. It's a launch. Nice, this was set up. My brain shuts down. Oh, I could have won that one. I'm doing good against a flame ruler Lee. They have a bunch of flowcharts I need to remember. And punish well.
Fight.
2 slides into launch. They love that. Nice. I think it's a high. Nice. Oh, I ducked. Perfect. Yeah, they always do 2 slides for some reason.
Round 2. Fight.
It's so linear. It's such a funny move though. Yeah. Yeah. Fair enough. Oh. Oh, I got baited. I tried. Ooh, nice pickup. Oh, good mid. Yeah, they realized for the last match. Ooh. Nice, I ducked. Let's launch. They messed up. And I messed up too. Because too far. I ducked again! Yeah, I ducked too much against them. It's bad. Hey, Hachi! It's not a dream anymore! Hey, Hachi's back! It's not a dream anymore! I cannot believe Heihachi is back. Cannot wait to play Heihachi. Oh my god, my boy, my main boy Heihachi, he's back. I think Heihachi is gonna drop in about a few months from now, if I remember correctly from the announcement. I can't even do simple combos. She fights karate, I assume? Yeah, she is very karate. She is more karate than Jin.
Get ready for the next battle.
Bip bip. The name bip bip. My gosh, Lidie is so cool, but after playing Lidie for a bit, about a few hours I think? 2 hours? 2 hours in, Lidie feels like a weaker version of Reina. Reina just do everything way better. Nice back one. They like to duck. We have a ducker. Back one round start. Ooh, the step. Oh Jesus, what do I do against when the Steve just keep pressing? Okay, I get it, I get it. You like to have fun. Oh Jesus. Whoa! I didn't know you can just interrupt that. Well, this Steve like to press buttons, but I don't know what to do. I don't know what to do against that. Oh, okay.
Get ready for the next battle.
I guess they don't like being found out how they play, so one and done. Yeah, one and done is still a really bad thing in Tekken, but that made me bad a little bit. So cheers. I have Shandy right here, and I have food. So there we go. Hi, thanks. We don't know how to use the characters to spam a vulnerable attack. Gross. I'm just getting knowledge checked by Steve, honestly. To be fair, I haven't played this game for like a month, so there's gonna be a lot of knowledge I just forgot. Which is sad, but it is what it is. And then Lidie is like a new character, I don't know what to do against that. I don't know what to do on neutral other than Warrior 2, Warrior 1, some mid checks, down for 1. Her down for 1 is kind of slow. Mid-high, mid-mid, and some headshot sometimes. Headshot is kind of bad though. It's very slow, neutral and block. Counter hit gives nothing. This one with a hell sweep of sort. But if it's not a counter hit, then it's just gonna lead to a +7 situation. Yeah, I still don't know how to play her neutral.
Get ready for the next battle.
That's why I'm only like 2 hours in of Lidie, so I still don't know what I'm doing 80% of the time. Is my PC dying from this? No, it's not me. It's theirs. Their PC is dying. I know because the deer behind is moving perfectly on my end. The fuck? Wait, this is connection issue? What the fuck? My PC's fine. What are you playing with? What the fuck? Brother. That's how you play? You're 150k prowess, what the fuck? There's no PC issue. Oh, fuck you. Yeah, cool. Yeah, they know what they're doing. They're used to this. They are used to this. I'm not. Jesus fucking Christ, man.
Round 2. Fight.
Good job.
Round 3. Fight.
Dude, I can react to everything you do. Let's go. Big jump. Big jump. They're using console. Something's wrong with their PC. Something's wrong with their console.
Fight.
Month. I'll do it again, bitch. I'm plus. Big check. Oh, that's safe. I'll do it again. Big jump. Big jump. Low. Big jump. Big jump. Get the fuck out. I should have ducked that. That was sweet. Combat test though. Wow, look at that. You wanna play again? You wanna play again? I'll play if you want. Ah. Yeah, get your cheats somewhere else,
Get ready
bitch.
for the next battle.
This is actually painful. Yeah. I mean, thank God I have food in front of me. It's not my end. They are doing something. Os. 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 Can't risk doing safe spams, juggle them. they were doing crouch jab. They were doing dig jab every time I land a hit on them. So I just low parry them once, and then they don't know what to do anymore.
Get ready for the next battle.
Kazuyamon, hey yo, look at that name, Kazuyamon. That's a really high taken prowess. I'm not the rematch. Fair, very fair. I'm just stupid sometimes.
Round 1. Fight.
Okay. Blue spark, baby.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh shit, that was fun. Combo? Ow! Misinput, misinput! Oh, nice. That's a cool ass combo. How do you do that? Get up. Nice jack. That's a really nice combo.
Fight.
I'm -4. It's so painful. Nice. Nice duck. Blue spark, baby.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice count hit. Guarantee. I didn't have that. Okay. Nice load. Nice block. Oh, that hits. Low. Low. Oh, I broke it. Shit.
Final round.
It's alright.
Fight.
Low. Low. Didn't that. Low. Armor. Oh, it's war splats. Damn. It's okay. Nice, good timing. That was actually nice. Poland! For the people of Poland! This is good ass, this is good ass connection. Let's go.
Round 1. Fight.
Nice 14. Oh. I do too much lows there. And they're catching onto it. Ooh! Oh, you went into stance immediately. You're just pressing buttons now. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, that was too late. That's -7, I think. -13. Oh, give me a second. Oh, I didn't break that.
Dan Gwinnett Jade 11th Full Mind Geschenk Abo.
Geschenk Abo. Pick, pick. Hi, Chashu. Oh, that was weird. Oh. I don't have to break throws too. Oh, they're just pressing buttons, okay.
Mam chwilę przed kolejnym spotkaniem. Ciekawe, czy tamta restauracja jest jeszcze otwarta.
It's one way to learn when they're just pressing buttons.
Get ready for the next battle.
I think some of the entry I might just be able to disrespect it a little bit. Knowing if TTS can pronounce that bit properly. Oh, is it like okay German or like accurate German? But thanks for the stab. This one, right? Oh! Right? Ooh! And then... Shit, my brain just shuts down. Oh, that's cool.
Get ready for the next battle.
Okay. I need to break the throws. At least break Shining Wizard, because they are like Russian and stuff.
Round 1. Fight.
Immediate? Brad? Ow. Oh, that plus. Yeah, I had a feeling.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh. Chain throw? I'm guessing 2. Or 1. Yeah, it's a 1. They're gonna do giant swing. Punish. No. Ooh, that was very obvious.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh, that was almost cool. I'll do it again. How many times? I don't know.
Round 4. Fight.
Immediate? Oh, yeah, because I ducked the first time. Why? Oh, it's a 2 break, always. Poland! I broke some through. I mean, it's not bad, I guess. Geschickt Abo is definitely a word. It's okay-ish German, I suppose. It's an unusual word, but I think it's correct. Oh. Just 2 break. The boot. Team plays go houseware. Oh my god. Generic, bro. I'll do the same thing because it's working. Oh, it's a 2 break. Remember that? Ow. Ow. I'll do it again. Oh, I'm not ducking. I'm ducking. I lied to myself. Ali kick? They love Ali kick? Oh, nice. Ali kick. Ow. Damage. Okay, I get it. Ali kick. Ali kick? Ali kick? I was just waiting for Ali kick. Man, then that break on the Shining Wizard was clutch. There was a clutch
Get
break.
ready for the next battle.
I feel like I might have burped a little bit. It's funny because I'm not alcohol. My alcohol tolerance is really low, so I might be a little bit drunk from drinking, and I shit you not, shandy. Like, it's crazy how low my alcohol tolerance is. It's super fucking low. I might be like half drunk now from drinking a can of shandy. That's how low it is, so... I'm just playing Wi-Fi now. I realized on Sunday, a lot of people is playing, but at the same time, a lot of Wi-Fi players playing as well. It's kind of painful. This guy is a God Ryu Wi-Fi. check this shit out. I'm Lydia. Yeah!
No daba!
No daba.
Round one. Fight.
Ow. Nice. I pressed one. No. No. Ooh, that was fast. Nice. Too much. Hell sweet. I deserve that. It's minus 24. Ow, hell sweep? This guy's fearless with the hell sweep. This guy's fearless with the hell sweep.
Round four. Fight.
Ooh, what a clip! That was good. Nice armor. That was good call.
Final round. Fight.
Hello? Hello? I didn't make that. I dodged. I sidestep, but not good enough. I pressed jab. Ah! Brother! My punish is whack as fuck. Come on, just throw. If I don't know any launch, just throw. Oh, okay. Guess I'm not good
Get ready
enough.
for the next battle.
Shit. What's the timing? There we go. Ooh, no Wi-Fi?
Get ready for the next battle.
Remember her 15 frame punish is 3-2, okay?
Round one. Fight.
Nice. Ooh. Timing. Poke to that. Yes. Magnifique. Voila. Feisty rabbit. I thought that's safe. Ooh, guaranteed? That's wild. Good jab check. So they jab check that always? No, they jab check every time they got touched. See? Oh, camera! They jab a lot. Let me see if I can do against that. Hi, Roxas. The stinky cobalt. You're the stinky one. I'm drunk. Ooh, nice. Nope. Oh, did they just high crush? Nice check. Alexa and firm, you can say, what the fuck? What are you talking about? There we go. We learned something. Oh, sir. Poland.
Round one. Fight.
What?
Round two. Fight.
Okay, you don't have to do me once so dirty. Good shit. High crush. High crush. Oh, I dash forward. I'm dead. Magnifique. I should take roll there.
Round 3. Fight.
Side crush. Unblockable.
Round 4. Fight.
Nice punish. Nice mid. We take those. Not bad.
Mam chwilę przed kolejnym spotkaniem. Ciekawe, czy tamta restauracja jest jeszcze otwarta.
Man, Lydia looks so good here. Giving you ideas, that's a bad that's a terrible idea. But is it? Yes, it is. There's no contest on it. It's bad. How the fuck? Okay, let's say if I really want to do it, how the fuck would I collect sweat? I mean, yeah, I have a suit, but even if I'm suiting, I have like the sweat protective gear. Oh wait, I can. No, I'm not gonna use. What the fuck? No. No, you little shit.
Get ready for the next battle.
No 3P? What do you mean 3P?
Round 1. Fight.
Okay.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. Oh, okay. Observa. We take those.
Round 3.
Okay. Up this one. Up this one again. Okay, so Claudia has a lot of strings that can catch people. That can catch people pressing buttons. Let's be careful. Okay. What? I thought that's punishable. Nice. Hop kick? They like to hop kick there. Is there a high? What? Hop kick. Nice. Oh, high crush. Strings. Give me that win streak. Roxins. Roxins. No third people, so expensive it no. I mean, I don't know who to find still. Let's say you are going. Who else should I find for the third person? Nice combo. I think it's a high. Yeah, that's a high. Oh, gonna take 2 hits. Nice. Yeah. We take those. I feel like I'm actually drunk. From one can of shandy? What in the actual fuck? How did I even manage that?
For the next battle.
Oh man, I'm sweating. I mean, sweating doesn't mean that I'm drunk, right? Yeah, it's not. Come on. Me? Drunk? Shit. Man, I've never been drunk in my entire life. Hi, Carnine. But how does this one shandy do it? Actually does a little bit. Wow. Yeah, without the S. There it goes. hi Salo. Show us your moves. I did. I think. Hope you're doing good, Salo. Rain, Kobold. Hi Solar.
Next battle.
Excuse me being, I think I'm a little drunk from drinking shandy. So there we go. I don't know how I did that, but it happened, I guess. It's so weird. It's so weird. I never felt like this before. Why am I fighting against a green ray? Yeah. That high spam, it's a jab. It's a tough world out here playing Tekken. If you don't know how to deal with that jab, well, sorry, you gotta learn something today, you know. If they cannot deal with 1-1-1-1-1-1-1, here, let me show you. This is bullying, but if you don't know how to deal with this, you have a lot to learn. There, that's one. It works. There we go, you're ducking. Come on, you're ducking. Power cross works too. Not the light spam, I'm sorry. Charge? You didn't charge it! Asuka has a unique rage art where she can charge it out to make it safe. They have a lot to learn. I'm sorry. I didn't want to fight a green rank, come on. I said, come on game, I said plus minus my rank. That's not it. No, we love the light spam when they don't know what to do. Man, Tekken is so easy. You could sidestep punish, you could duck and punish, you can power crush. Yeah, choices are there. It's kind of weird how most of her moves just like locks me into a stance. Not a big fan. Like I mentioned, Reina is just way better than Lydia, because Lydia right now feels like Reina but weaker. Oh, I remember this Lydia. I guess it ranks you higher or lower. It is a fighting game. Hi, I remember you. Nice stuff. They know. No? Didn't duck that? You duck it? You don't, you press a button instead. Shugokuchi! Had a feeling. Wee!
Round 2. Fight.
Low, low, low. Too far. Nice. Ooh, the duck. They know. Do they? Nice. Guaranteed. Mid. Oh, I didn't make that. Ow.
Umieram z głodu. Może później pójdziemy coś zjeść.
Nice. Can you post a taking the OST from Spotify out to you on your Discord? I think I saw that, but sadly I never use Spotify. I usually just go to YouTube and listen to the playlist I want to listen to. Nice stuff. That was nasty.
Round 2. Fight.
Nice. That was a way punish and a half. Nah. Oh, they got scared. No? They ducked that. Nice! That was random, but that was nice. We take those. Didn't duck that. Ooh, nice patience. They are spacing just now. Do you know about strings? Do you know about strings? Guess you don't. Hihi.
Umieram z głodu. Może później pójdziemy coś zjeść.
God, man.
Get ready for the next battle.
I feel weird. Cobalt feels weird now. I still don't believe it. From one Shandy makes me feel like this. There's no way. I just think there's no way. Oh man. Man, where is a wild place, isn't it? Alright, Wi-Fi, that works.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, I forgot to mention. I had a haircut last night. Come on, why don't we just skip that shit? Do it again. That's yours, right? Scourge! 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 Ooh, they ducked. Lakes. Scourge. Ow. Scourge. The Scourge. Why am I letting you play the game? Do it. Come on. You know you want to jab, right? That was nasty. Intro skip, gonna kill them now, it's a law? Yeah. But Lidie is too nice, no killing going on. Interesting gym. Yeah, they know it. They know I know.
For the next battle.
What does this guarantee? Ah, okay, okay. This comes into this. Again, Reina. It's just Reina. Lidie looks so cool. No?
Get ready for the next battle.
I honestly love the design of Lidie. Like, she's the only character, like a female character in the game that's like actually toned and not just like an anime girl. You know, like Nina, Jun, Xiaoyu, Asuka, they're all just like, they're not even toned, they are just like anime girl, Alista, you know? And then you have Lidie, who's actually like muscular, you know, you can see the muscular tone on it and looks so good. She's like the actual fighter. She looks good. I love her. Oh god. What here? Aqua! Junkyard. 2 bar. 4-2-1. What here? Dragon Hammer. 1-3.
Round 2. Fight.
The duck? Do they know? No, they don't. The mouse. Nice side step into that. Did I mess up DSS? Junkyard. Junkyard. That looks like a high. Nice armor. Low. Low. Oh. Oh. Law has two high-low strings? What? Fair enough. Oh, dragon tail. Junkyard.
Final round. Fight.
Nice low block. We take those.
Mam chwilę przed kolejnym spotkaniem. Ciekawe, czy tamta restauracja jest jeszcze otwarta.
I fight with Lydia. Look at that, food makes her look so happy. Food makes me look so happy too.
Round one. Fight.
I will low parry your junket someday. Nice. Low. Fair enough.
Round two. Fight.
Oh, my backdash is locked in. I ducked. I didn't duck. What? What is that? Nice. Nice armor.
Round three. Fight.
Brr. Nice delay. So that's what it is. I think that's a high. They like that combo. Oh, I can break that. Nice. Yeah, law is still pretty hard to deal with. Although, to be fair, I don't think I know about the matchup knowledge as much. I am punishing some moves. Not bad though. Nice optic. No. Ooh, okay. So 4-3 into Schmixer, right? After one jab they dodge. Yeah, momentum.
Round 3. Fight.
Don't do it. Unblockable.
Round 4. Fight.
Oh, I didn't break it. They didn't believe? Ooh, no mix? Mid mix? Yeah, they got the momentum towards the end. Good stuff.
Final round. Fight.
Don't do that. Oh, too far. We take those.
You win.
Mam chwilę przed kolejnym spotkaniem. Ciekawe, czy tamta restauracja jest jeszcze otwarta.
I think the default might punish to 1-2-2
Get
too
ready
much.
for the next battle.
Actually, her 15 frame punish is really good. It's a launcher, this one. So any 15 frames that I know, I can just launch them with this. And this one is, yeah, 12 frame. This one is also really good for a punish. More splats at the wall, so keep that in mind, keep that in mind.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh god. Oh god. Okay, duck 1-1. 1-2-2 duck. 1-2-1 duck. When she's in chainsaw, I'm dead. Chainsaw third hit is minus 13. That's all I know. Like the key stuff for Alisa. I'll see what I can do. This one is taking an awfully long time to load. What the hell? How many cosmetics do you have, Alisa? What's going on? Why is it taking like 10 years to load this one? Yeah, it looks pretty normal. Why does it take 10 years?
Fight. Round 2. Fight.
Thanks, game. Chainsaw! Fair enough. Oh, I didn't break that.
Round 3. Fight.
Nice punish. Yep, cool.
Fight.
Thanks, game. What the fuck? The mount. Ooh. Sorry, give me a second. Nexus, hi. We fail. Third grade. Oh my god, it's Nexus. Hello. And excuse me a little bit. I'm feeling a little bit drunk here from whatever reason. Like actually drunk. I'm so I'm sweating so much. I'm sorry. Give me a second. After this match, what were you playing? Then duck that. We take those. Yeah, I had a feeling. Don't throw me. I was doing an archipelago, tried time spinner for the first time. Ooh, more archipelago? Didn't duck that. Oh! Hello? That was a back throw? Nice combo, buddy. Oh, I pressed one. Oh, didn't have time to sidestep that one.
Round 3. Fight.
Good luck. That was nasty.
Round 4. Fight.
They took too much armor.
You win.
Umieram z głodu. Może
Alright, there we
będziemy
go.
coś zjeść.
Lydia is so cool. I love Lydia so much. The settings I chose were a bit silly, ended up being a bit too overpowered, but it was fun. Ooh, I love being overpowered sometimes. thank you, Nexus. And sounds like it was a good time. It's nice to know. Nexus B. I'm sorry, it's real that I'm feeling a little bit drunk from one single can of shandy. My alcohol tolerance is like -1, so shandy can get me drunk. Yeah. But I'm doing good, right? And Tekken has been treating me really well, yeah. Like, I'm learning Lydia. This is like 3-4 hours in of Lydia. A little bit clunky, but also kind of fun. So, welcome in Raiders from Nexus. I'm Tiara. I'm a kobold. I play a bunch of games. I love finding games. I love Dragons 2 bits. Wink wonk. And I do art every Monday, but not tomorrow. A bit of a... I'm treating this week as like a bit of a self-indulgence kind of week. So I was playing a bunch of games. I find some friends to play games with for the past few days when I'm not streaming. Yeah, it's more like a self-indulgence, self-care, mental health care days. So it was great. I'm feeling a lot better today. So yeah, thank you, Nexus. But of course, if you need to take care of yourself, you know, get some drinks, get some snacks, get some rest, get some eeps. And very important stuff, right? Yeah. Thanks again for the raid. I'm actually feeling better. I can take losses and I can take toxicity well when I'm half drunk like this. I don't know if this is a bad thing or a good thing. I'm actually kind of worried why I'm still like sober, I guess. Just a little bit. Gonna go luck for a bit. Good luck with your fights. Thank you, Nexus. Also have a good luck. Thank you. I can't. Why? What's going on? Is it the Roblox game?
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, June? Oh god. Okay, here we go.
Round 1.
Hey yo, are you Lidie? Why are you impersonating me, huh? Ken? Insane damage. Nice. Oh. Oh, I thought that's unsafe. Good nick.
Round 2. Fight.
Ooh, thanks, true. Good timing. I think that's unsafe. Hello? Nice stab, that was beautiful. Kenken? Yeah, Kenken is carrying June and Asuka so much in this game. It's good. Ooh! Good parry. Yeah, they're just keeping out. I have to be careful. Only on the third one I just found that out, so... Good luck. This June is impersonating me! The president of Poland!
Round
Yeah, they're just keeping it away. Tail sweep. Guaranteed. Let's see. Safe. I need to stop doing that. Second hit. Guaranteed.
Round 2. Fight.
Yeah, catching on to my timings. Fair enough. Yeah, too many times.
Round 3. Fight.
Ooh, no follow-up. Nice, they know. Did low one too many times. Armor, nice. Oh, that was a good step. Hi, Zeal. Punch, punch, kick. Cobalt like the punch, punch, kick. My timing is so bad sometimes. Guarantee. Ooh, that was weird. Is this dead? Rage? Oh, I thought I broke it. Hope you're doing good, Zeal.
Get ready for the next battle.
I actually kind of miss playing some Mishima. You know what? Let's play a little bit of Kazuya. Why not? I think my thumb is properly warmed up. Oops. I was trying to choose random. I want to look at more of the new stage.
Get ready for the next battle.
Shmurple burple. Welcome back, Merp. Shmurple blurple. Alright, time to become more sweaty. That works. I roll nice, I roll fast, I roll.
Get ready for the next battle.
Love it when Merp is rolling. Alright, here we go.
Round 1. Fight.
Yikes, why is your PC dying for a little bit? Nice mid. I ducked. Didn't duck that. Rolling makes invincible? Nice. Nice, I press the button. Insane wall damage. Bum. Oh. Oh man. Nice. Blizzard hammer. Okay. Nice, I pressed one. Good check. No. Stick full. Disrespect me. Or not. Catch it. Down 2. Pretty good. I didn't roll enough. It's okay. I didn't roll enough. I still cannot roll. I need to become round though. I want this one. Nice mid. Jesus. Plus. Nice epic button. It's a 3-hit string, I need to remember that. Your PC's dying, brother. Disrespect. Oh, they wish jab check afterwards.
Round 3. Fight.
Oh my god. Didn't you know it's -11 now? Man. I think it could be that Tekken has this weird epidemic where the game just changes the graphical settings on their own. So I think it may be affecting other people as well. So that's why I put my settings at the lowest possible so that they can adjust the game, they can adjust the graphical settings mid-match. So it didn't happen to me. But when it does happen, it's pretty frustrating.
Get ready for the next battle.
To be fair, me playing Kazuya is just me being sweaty. Although I'm already sweaty from being drunk. To be honest, I'm not even that good. Why am I sweaty? Smoking. Stop being drunk, I can't. Another one? I guess your PC is just loading. What? Ooh! Did you just do it wrong? Jesus. I don't think it's a good idea to play Kazuya now because a lot of people are still having issues with the PC. Ooh, high crush. Wake up, hop kick. Okay. Jinkowie. You're welcome. Oh, I didn't make that. Don't! Shikuei! Hanashiri narana. I cannot stop being drunk. I have another can of shandy that I want to drink, but I don't dare to drink it anymore. Nice. Oh, it's too hard to do. Why am I trying to do that combo? There? Nice, good stuff.
Round 2. Fight.
Oh, come on. Ooh, damage, because I'm in rage.
Round 3. Fight.
I forgot about 404. Such a good move.
Fight.
What? He did the track so much. Throw. I ducked. Ah, I pressed one. I forgot. Lidie has a 4-2 extension. Was saying 4-2, sorry. I need like a jab check whenever they got touched. High crush. Should be able to duck that one. Come on. Nope, nice. Man, their PC is dying and I cannot even see what's going on with all the teleportation and shit. It's tough. Put your settings to the lowest, it's okay. It's constantly red on their end. Oh, right. Oh. Oh, shit. Is it intentional? Maybe. They like that low. Nice. Oh, sweet poo. I think I gotta do it again. Over 2 into low. Stop that shit. Misinput? Nah. I don't care. 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 Oh, sorry, I forgot. Again? Oh. I thought I can punish that with the whistling too, but I guess that's too slow. They can still block it. Cause they're too strong. But good thing video games are not realistic. Yeah. Video games are supposed to be, you know, letting people live their fantasy life of being beat. I mean, I don't want to be beat up. But honestly, I play Tekken just for the, you know, I love the tough execution part of the game. Just movement alone takes like years of practice for me to do this. So yeah. yeah, down back 1-2. It's also a really good move. 13 frame punish. Heat engager. Yeah.
Get ready for the next battle.
If this was real, Lydia would never stand a chance against Kazuya. But Lydia is the president of Polano. You never know. Oh, it's the same map again? Wow. But different Lydia this time. Nice 7. Didn't have that. I ducked. Yeah. Oh, they like the 1-2-4. I ducked again. They just backdashing. Guaranteed. Plus. Plus. Oh Jesus, I actually don't know what to do against that. Weird. Not the punishable one. Oh no, Kazuya, please. Fair enough. Ooh. This guy using a German wordplay? I actually have no idea. Poland. Never thought about that move being so good. 1-2-4 and down 3-1-2 is so good. I mean, down 3-1 is pretty good. Do it again. I ducked. Yes. Oh, the snowball, holy shit. Spinky. Uh-oh. Give me a second.
Let's fucking go.
Let's fucking go. Oh, thank you, Jade. 10 months, wow. I ducked. Nah, I don't care. When saying frieren, it sounds like the German word Frieren, which means to freeze or being cold. Oh, that was quick. The snowball. Thank you again, Jade.
Round one.
Down for 2 round start. Hell yeah, I'm dead. Do it again. Why not again? Nice confirm. Oh, oh, that's what they're fishing for. I don't care. Oh, Kazuya.
Round two. Fight. Round three. Fight.
Not a punishment. I can see why they're Garyu. They never change. Oh, thank God for first to 3. This is why I love about Tekken, you learn.
Get ready for the next battle.
Oh, it's not real. Oh wait, that was 6 months in advance. I didn't even see that. Oh, thank you so much, Jane. Oh my god. I just realized. My drunk ass cannot see. Whoa. That's not bad, right? Oh yeah, I forgot there's a nuke check. This one. No, this one into jab, this one into jab, this one. And then eventually I can do this. I don't know if this still works in Tekken 8. Oh, wow. Yeah, it's too much pushback. I thought it's possible. So I guess it only works on walls? What do I get if I land that mid-screen? That? Good enough. Get an engager. Oh god, no. I'm playing Kazuya, I cannot play Wi-Fi. Oh. Why is it so hard to do? Yeah, I don't know why I cannot do it. I thought that was close. This one's not just. Hey son, you want to go to the beach so I can beat you up all day without you being able to fight back? It's a good training to both of us. I learn techniques and you can toughen up. What a bargain. I'm sure Jen likes it. It's such a bargain. Oh wait. Oh wait, I can use the analog stick? Oh, that's weird. That's perfect. Oh my god. Okay, one last one. If I see another Wi-Fi, what to do? Keyboard? Oh, keyboard is so weird. I have to remain neutral for like one frame. It's so weird. PS4 pad is better, in my very opinion. Wow, maximum wall carry and This stage is big. Oh, this stage is big. I never realized how big the stage is. It's crazy. Look at that. Doria. I think about the spot in DLA with the dolphins, remember? Oh yeah, I do. The base, the best stage hazard, yeah. We stand on the dolphins, do a T-pose. Do a T-pose, and it just like falls down. That's actually top tier, I love that. Doria. Oh wow, that's perfect. Please play. After the T-pose, a dolphin comes up behind the character and slaps him with the fin back into the stage. Oh yeah, I think I remember that. Why? That was the only connection. That's good enough to play Mishima, god fucking damn it, why? Hah? Kenapa? Cakap lah. Hah? Mati dah aku, macam mana? Kalau macam ini saya tak boleh main sudah. Taking it already dying? I don't think so. It's just that I don't want to play Wi-Fi players. And since I'm in Malaysia, I don't think a lot of people are playing Tekken in general. It's not the place where fighting games is very prominent. Fighting games down rather quickly, you know, in comparison to other games. I mean, honestly, not Tekken. Like Tekken 7 has been alive for 8 years. Like before Tekken 8 came out, I can still play Tekken 7 with matches. That is pretty good. So, yeah. I guess not Tekken, but the other game I cannot say. Cobble is cooking. Why am I cooking? Rocks with mosses. Moss, yeah. Rock with moss plus. I hate to say it, but plus a little bit of gem dust for the space. Yeah, I mean that sounds good. Holy shit. Oh, it doesn't work. I think it only works against Kuma. Okay, yeah, we good. Hiya. Prime Minister of Pain. Win 25 matches of Lidie. Yeah, wow. It's all the same thing. Oh! Wait, it gives tokens now? Wait, there's a new fight pass? Oh, I didn't know there's a new fight pass and it gives like the money. Hey, hi Lex. Oh my god, it does. That's crazy. Any more? What this? A profile post, okay. Why is there Finding Nemo in my Tekken 8 game? Cuddly clownfish. Why on Alyssa though? What the fuck? Anyone but Alyssa, why? Fish. Hey, yo, we have a Kazuya ball. Smiley ball Kazuya. Hey, it's better than untextured ball. Ooh. Why? Hexach. Holy shit, look at how toned they are, even with like my shit my shit RAM fix. Damn, look at the muscles. How to put negative effort into battle pass. I mean, I'm not gonna judge, but people are gonna like this, I guess. Oh, wow. Oh, shit. Man, I cannot wait to put this on Heihachi. Why? What is this for? Look, well, I'm not even gonna talk about some kinky shit that could be, okay? Boop mer. No, where's my boop? Robin. Yo, look at that face, holy shit. Sure. Oh, this one's cool. Oh, this one's good. Looks like you're going to rob a bank more than anything kinky, at least to me. Yeah, true. It doesn't look kinky at all. Checkered pants. And now we are putting checkered pageants. I guess. I mean, okay, look. I'm gonna give credit where it's due. It's actually not bad. Why? One thing is that the free pass gives more items now, and the free pass gives a little bit of money. So I guess they did listen. But since round 1 is so bad that, you know, anything round 2 does is just gonna be way better than round 1. Battle pass wise. And then again, you know, these are just cosmetics. So yeah, these are just cosmetics. Hey, look, it's Tekken 6 Leo. Oh, sorry, no, I think this is Tekken Tech Tournament 2 Leo illustration. I remember seeing that a lot. Kuma? Oh my god, look at the Kuma. Kuma cute. Crab? Crab. What is this for? I want it. Oh god damn it, I'm gonna get sold by a crab. Oh shit. I want a crab. Man, I'm gonna get sold by the crab. Fuck. Oh my god, Tiara is so cool. Wait, Bracky is cooler. I've seen Bracky does a lot of art lately. I think the newest art. Shit, what was it again? I don't remember. Ah, I saw it. I was lurking. I was like, ooh, I like it, but I don't remember what it is. Crap. But hi, Bracky. Oh wait, is there gonna be like a Lidie character episode? There has to be, right? No. Oh, there's no Lydia. Yeah, there's no Lydia. Wow, I'm surprised. Yeah, let me check the fight on this one. This Lydia is giving me the headache. Let me check. Today's session is pretty good.
For the next battle.
Also, I hope you're doing good, Brecky. I don't know if I said this already. I'm a little bit drunk. I'm sorry. I drink shandy and then now I'm a tad bit drunk.
Round one. Fight.
Yeah, I know about this one. I've been doing it after like round 2. 50-50 this one. I ducked. I think I messed this one up. Doria, and then I messed up. Yep. Still drop electrics. It's difficult.
Round 2.
I think 1-2-4 from Lydia is... Yeah. The disrespect wasn't for mid. I ducked again. Oh, they're very casual play. I just realized they tried to rage out there.
Round 3. Fight.
Yeah, they're a very casual player. It has to be minus 13 because Twin Piston hits every time, I feel like. Yeah, rest they're not gonna do unblockable, so I'm just gonna like not duck anymore. Yeah, see? Was it? Ah, it is 13. Okay, so Twin Piston was right. I think it was the second match. I started to do Twin Piston against that. I was a bit late on that, I think. Yeah. Duck some strings, punish. This one kills, right? Yeah. This one deals a lot more damage than I thought. So for the 1-2, Lydia has 1-2-2, there's a mid, 1-2-3, that's a high, and 1-2-4, that is a low. Is there no option select for all of those? I'm gonna lab it afterwards. Give me, I'm gonna go lab it. We lab small things every day, I guess. Well, not every day. When we play Tekken, we lab some small things. Because I don't want to like spend too much time on just learning a game. I want to play the game. But sometimes I do get curious on some things, so I want to try it out. Ah, Lydia is so cool. I want to have a pocket Lydia.
Get ready for the next battle.
Yeah, I want to make Lydia like my side character. So I have Kazuya, Reina, Kuma, and now we have Lidie. Okay, action 1, record. Do... Sorry? Yes. And then this 1, 2, 3. And then, sorry, that was 1, 2, 4. No, 1, 2, 3. Yes. Okay. I'm gonna try sidestepping right to all of those. Sorry, sidestep left first. And Son Heihachi, yeah. Character screen. Oh, 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 oh. It's good. Oh! Actually, in turbo, there it is. Sure. Only this one? Up and right. No, right? Okay, so I thought I can sidestep right then. So 1, 2, 2 is very, very, very fucking punishable. I didn't realize. Or maybe I just didn't record it to like block afterwards. Let me do it again. So this one, 1, 2, 3, hold back. Yes. And then this one, record 1, 2, 4. 1, 2, 4, hold back. Okay. This one, 1, 2, 3, hold back. Hold back. Okay. Nice. So they are blocking every time afterwards. I have to guess. Oh, the timing is so tight. Yeah. Yep, so it is punishable, but I think it's very tight. It's kind of weird. So I guess these sequence of strings I can only guess. I guess I can guess based off on how they play the character, right? So 1, 2, 1, 2, 2, 1, 2, 3, and 1, 2, 4. Like me, I don't always do 1, 2, 2. I rarely go for 1, 2, 3, or 4 because 1, 2, 2 leads to the stance, right? This one leads to a stance, and then you have like more options afterwards if they get hit. But it seems to be extremely very fucking unsafe. Ooh. It has to be brain perfect. So it's minus 14, I guess. Yeah, it's minus 14. I just did one 14 frame electric and it says a punish too. It's difficult as fuck. Yeah, there. That's a punish. Maybe it's minus 15. Only one way to find out. Because it goes into stance, I don't know how many frames the stance have. It's kind of weird. Let's try Lidie on Lidie.
Get ready for the next battle.
Because Lidie has like a very solid 15 frame punish. Well, not as solid as Kuma, but yeah, it's 15. Guaranteed 15. Right? Oh. Oh my god, my brain cannot handle this. Oh. Oh my god. Oh, that's kinda cool. Wait. Oh my god. This? Alright, okay. So this into this. Sorry, not this one. No. Oh my god, my brain. Okay, let's take it slow. 2-3 launch. 4-3 plus 4, hold forward 2. Right? This. And then down for 2. Down for 2 into 4 into 2. Okay. Oh, it's too fun. I wish that could work. Yeah, my brain cannot comprehend all these like new information that I'm trying to do. Kinda hard. Ooh. Oh, that's more damage. Yay! That's hard to do actually. That's close to go forward 2 to 1. This one. I think I would rather do this one. Yeah. cool. More low. She has some okay low, I think. But then again, I feel like she might have like the worst low in the game currently. But then again, this might change when Heihachi drops, but her lows are not even that good. This one, 15 damage. Counter hit gives nothing. This one is her best low, I would say. On block it's minus... sorry. There's no Heihachi soon. Yeah, minus 11. But minus 11 forced into stance, this is actually launch punishable. So yeah, it's a bit of an illusion here. But you can definitely launch that one. But on hit, gives you mix-up potential. For 7, you can just do this. But they can always interrupt it because this one is so fucking slow, it's 28 frames. I'm sorry. But you can go for another mix. But counter hit gives like... What you mean he revive again? Yes. There's a Heihachi review trailer. This one, down 2. Down 2 sucks ass. Gives this, guaranteed, but... 29 damage is so sad. I guess, you know? Yeah, Heihachi revives again. Happy days. Happy days for Heihachi. I'm a Heihachi main. I'm not even gonna complain. Fuck yeah. I should default to this one. Any launch can do that, right? Ooh. Not that good. She must have some crazy damage, I just don't know how to do it. It's either that or it's hard as fuck to do, right? Oh, I can do that. Can I buffer it? Kind of. Kind of. Oh, that's hard. Yeah, that's hard to do. I don't know how I do it the first time. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. I mean, there's not a lot of people playing currently, or like not a lot of it's a lot of Wi-Fi going on, which I don't really want to play against Wi-Fi players as much as I like to play Tekken. So shit, I might stop here. Yeah. I'm gonna treat this week as like my self-indulgence week. I did mention this multiple times, I'm sorry. I know I'm like so drunk I don't even remember what I said already. But yeah, tomorrow I'm gonna do a little bit of 7 days today. I'll try to do like 30 minutes and then Blood Moon every day, but with cheats on. And by cheat, I mean each level is gonna give me 10 skill points, so yeah, it's not gonna... It's gonna be tough, but I'm also gonna be tough. We'll see how it goes, right? 30 minutes Blood Moon every day. That's what I'm gonna do tomorrow. But for now, I'm probably gonna get a bit more rest. I know I already rested for like 3 days straight, but it's all good. I'll rest a little bit more. A little bit on the shorter side, I feel like, the stream. Alright? So yeah. Maybe get some food as well? I mean, food sounds good. Actually, food sounds very good right now. Yeah. Right, give me a second. Let's open up some music. Get food. Yeah. It's a little early. It's 5:35. But food is food. It's good. I like food. I love food. I want to listen to this one. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. This time we can listen to this one. High quality music. What? Oh hey, Coffee's streaming? That's... I haven't seen Coffee in a while. Ooh. He's playing Minecraft? Oh no, he's not. He's doing Minecraft things. Cafe Craft Tree mod pack development. Oh, he's doing a mod pack. Thanks for the haircut, Brian. I want to raid.
Yep.
I want to raid Coffee. Yep. 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 We're gonna bring our yippers to Coffee. It's only fair to raid the dragon, right? Us kobolds have to raid dragon, of course. Yeah. Okay, let's see. I don't think... Am I missing anything? No, right? Makes sense. Yep. Yeah. Oh yeah. How can I forget? Bernie. Hey Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thank Bernie. Thanks Bernie. But even though most of you are already in my Discord channel, I'm still gonna plug it a little bit. I have a Discord channel. I may be very quiet, but I share a lot of dragon pictures over there. And usually I'll announce my stream stuff over there as well, so yeah. Take a look. Vibe over there if you want, you know? Like, I'm actually aware that I'm not very active on Discord, or like I'm not very active on my own server. I don't even talk as much. Because I'm not really good at, like, I've seen some of the servers activity, they're so good at just like making conversations, whereas there's me, I don't know what to do. I don't know how to strike up a conversation. It makes me feel so yeah, maybe that's why I'm very quiet. But when I do, I just like share a bunch of dragon pictures, and hopefully you guys enjoy them as well. You know, my Twitter, my Blue Sky, share a bunch of dragon pictures. Hell yeah. Just like all kobolds do, we love dragons. I love dragons. Yeah. Yep. A very good dragon corner. Yep. Yep. Okay. We're gonna ask Coffee for updates. Why not? We're not gonna rate the shinies yet. Yet. Yep. Let me copy this one. Yep. I'll have this one, but of course, if you guys want to use any other emotes, it's totally fine. Rate up. Rate up. Bird up. Bird up. Anyway, let me type in the rate to Coffee. Coffee makes stuff. Coffee is honestly such a cute dragon. Or maybe I should just say that all dragons are cute. I love them all. Yeah. Yeah. I love dragons. They're cute. Yeah, I'm not missing anything. I'm ready to raid. I'm gonna go get some food, get some more rest. So yeah, before the raid, I want to say and thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. And Kobo loves you all so much. And also know that you guys are all heckin' loved, valid, and matter. Very heckin' valuable. And Kobo loves you all. Yeah. And here comes the raid to coffee. Raiding to a dragon.
Yep. Yep.
Yip. All the yips. All the yips. Yip. This time, yip. This time I'll join. All the yips. All the yips. I'm yipping too. I'm yipping too. Yes. I want to do one. This is how I would imagine the radio channel sound like in the Kobold army. Oh yeah, I don't think that's gonna be far off, yeah. But that's gonna be so heckin' cute though. I love that. Cool. Alright, see you guys tomorrow. Take care. Kobold loves y'all, alright? Mwah. Bye bye. Take care. Cool. 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 Oh, I love the calls.